connecting to YouTube, even though I'm not going to have the audio on YouTube because, yeah, anyways, hold on. Live on YouTube. Live on YouTube. There we go. Yeah. Here, Phoenix. Anyways, let's check out this video because I was curious. Yep. Pog ray tracing. It's muffled. I don't think this is... I don't think that would be a subconscious thing. I think it is quite literally the audio waves going through and bouncing in a certain way would maybe make it sound deeper. I don't think it's necessarily subconscious, but I know subconsciously you'd probably think, oh, hey, there's a surface between us. That's what he meant. No, I think because subconsciously I would assume would mean subconsciously, yes, you know there's a surface because it's deeper, but it's not deeper because of the subconscious, which maybe I heard, hold on. Maybe I heard this incorrectly. I guess he didn't really mention that. Whatever, maybe I misinterpreted it. And by maybe I mean I did misinterpret, so. I think what he's getting at is your brain understands that they're in a different room because their voice is deeper, because it's traveling in a different way. So he's probably going to get to that as in, like, in games, this is something that we can take advantage of. I think the game, a game that has a ray tracing audio or like very smart audio is damn it, what's it called? What's the SWAT game? The up-to-date SWAT game? Like the latest modern Ready or Not. I think Ready or Not has an entire audio like thing, and they do some really complex stuff. To the point where I think they also affected on the enemy AI, if I remember correctly, as well. Did you see the top-down template variant coming in UE 5.6? I saw some cool stuff in that they're bringing in 5.6. What I'm confused about is why are they changing the toolbar? Why are they changing the toolbar? What they basically did is they took the toolbar, changed the design of it, which is fine. I'm actually totally down for changing the design of it. But what they did is they took this section, moved it to the right, and then they took this stuff and moved it to the left. Why? Why? My brain, when I know I need to go somewhere, I go here and I find my stuff. But why is it that we needed to flip them? Why do we need to flip them? I made a post on Twitter, and someone's response to that was, game dev is already hard as is, or it's so complex. This is such a minor change. You could just get used to it. And it's like, Okay, but like, why did we make the change of flipping the two sections when my brain, when I need to look at something, goes here, or my brain goes here? Now I have to switch that up, and now I have to go here. I'm already confused enough in UE5. They moved some stuff to like, for building, there's not a button for it anymore. You have to like go up to the fucking top and find a button for it, and then find it. Like, I don't get it. Get obsessed. How's it going? Big responsibilities require small changes. I hated that take that person fucking posted on Twitter was, oh, it's such a minor change. Game dev's already hard enough. Just fucking bother. Why bother? It's like, just because something's hard doesn't mean that something needs to be changed up. If anything, that brings more urgence to not change fucking shit up in such a weird, stupid, nonsensical way. I'm curious to see what UE5 point. I'm curious to see the reasoning as to why they flipped this. I'm curious. I'm curious. What's next? The outliner on the left? Dude, notes in Japan read right to left. Mm-mm. Based on materials within the room, it's based on so many factors, which is why I think it's such a complex issue. But I think that's why I think audio can go so much further. There's some games that do it really well and it sounds so immersive, and you get like stuck in the room like by playing it, because your ears, your hearing does so much. I would argue, I might even go as far as say audio, if someone has a good pair of headphones, can be more immersive than visuals. Yeah, I said it. I think audio can actually go farther than visuals. There's so much potential. Maybe because most people are right-handed and we mostly don't use the tools, we rely on the shortcut for translate, rotate, scale, but we do open up a lot of the perspective / immersive screen percentage. Like I occasionally, the things that I click on the most in here is to turn on rotation snapping and whatnot, and occasionally the camera speed. Because those are just hotkeys that I don't really remember. You know, I will accept the UI change if they make this bar not garbage to fucking navigate. At least in UE4, sometimes you go somewhere, you click on something, you're trying to look at the visualizers or whatever, or in here, and it like randomly closes when you're like scrolling through stuff. That shit is fucking horrendous. So if they make these UIs a little bit more improved, and maybe the show flag's not as dog shit, maybe I'll approve of it. I can kind of get the idea that these are buttons that you don't really have hotkeys for, and it's a right-handed thing. So maybe you'd be on the right, I guess, but it's like, drives me crazy when it just disappears. It's so fucking annoying, man. If they fix that in UE 5.6, I'll allow the UI guy to do it. But if the UI guy just flipped the fucking things and didn't change the actual like controls of going through the thing, fuck off. Fire the guy. I don't care. We don't need him. We don't need him. Maybe the UX designer really needs something to do. I honestly think when a AAA company changes the UI of their product, it is genuinely because there's a person in the company that's not doing something and they just needed a task to do something. Genuinely. Sometimes it feels that way, and it's not even them improving the UI design at all. It's in fact, in my opinion, making it worse. Like for example, the Discord UI change. Blech. Why? 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 Bahua? Make the problem, then fix it later. Yeah, it's literally like just trying to solve a problem that's not there. That's what it feels like. It's trying to solve a problem that was never there to begin with. Yeah. UE 5.7 will make it only appear on hover. See, my problem with UI changes like that, like flipping things and doing the things they already did in UE5, I think I like the UI change in general with UE5. It's fantastic. It makes sense the amount of things that change. But if they keep changing UI things constantly and moving things around, just to be like, hey, here's something new. You had trouble finding this thing. Just wait until we change it. That's my problem. Once they start making one little UI change, they're going to keep making UI changes, and then all of us are going to be confused. But hey, game dev is already hard as is. It's such a minor inconvenience. It's fine. I hate that. Dude, whoever, the fucking person that posted that on Twitter, ugh, that's bad take. Are we still getting forward right up shit? I will not upgrade my UE version if they actually push that into UE beyond just UEFN. If they do the forward right up shit, if they actually do that, I'm going to be so upset. What a waste of resources and time and everything. Why did they do that? They'll make Z forward first. Nah, man, Z is up. All right. Z's up. They got that right. Tim needs to stop saying he got that wrong. Z is up. All right. Z is up. X forward, Z is up. Just move the character model to be X forward, not fucking Y left or some shit. That they fucked up on. I don't know what they did there. I think Discord had a lot of legacy stuff that made it harder for them to add fancy, pricey nitro effects. Maybe that was the reasoning for why they did some of the stuff. But I would argue some of the changes they made just are like not good design, personally, or they just kind of drive me nuts looking at it. But who knows? Maybe. I can understand overhauling a UI to bring in potential for new things or optimizing it. That's fine. But I would say if you're going to do that, make the new design look good and not ass. Isn't this needlessly complex, and wouldn't it be better to telegraph the audio of movements for gameplay purposes? Doing ray traced audio, usually the benefit of it is to make it more dynamic, to not have to hand place everything. I wouldn't necessarily call it needlessly complex, because what you'll end up finding is that audio does become kind of a complex thing anyways. Huh. Interesting. That's an interesting way of doing it. What up, Angel? There was some Minecraft mods that had ray tracing, reverb, and muffling, and it sounds awesome. I really think audio is such a like a huge thing that's just completely like neglected sometimes. So much cool shit could be done with audio. If done right, of course. So much cool stuff could be done. Starting to get weight, dude. I'm getting a little confused. Is this expensive? Obviously, you have to take into account when you're doing calculations like this, it's obviously going to have a bit of a footprint. You just have to put it within your budget. But how will I see sound behind the wall? Open your eyes. Yeah, I think the thing is, if I wanted to make a system like this, I'd have to learn how to do threading and use a separate thread other than the game thread. Or I'd have to learn how to make use of the audio thread that's on Unreal, and then utilizing the audio thread instead of the game thread for this. Some of the information in here feels off. I don't know what it is specifically. I've read up and watched videos on audio and echo and specific systems. I forget what there's so many terminologies. Some parts of the video doesn't feel it doesn't feel right. I don't understand how he's planning to do all the raycasting on the GPU on the CPU. I think the thing is what does he mean by rays? Does he mean like line traces? Is a line trace different from a ray trace in this scenario? That's so funny. He said major game engines, Unreal and Godot. Unity's not on the list. See, like I would probably just use line traces. My concern then is if you run on the audio thread, can you still do line traces and hit on the environment? Will the thread still know about the information? See, I don't know about multi-threading yet. I just know that when something happens on one thread, you can't access, or it becomes harder to access other things on another thread, and kind of defeats the purpose of multi-threading or whatever. Um, yeah. I think it's cool, but I feel like some of the information in here doesn't feel right. I don't know why. But it's cool. It's cool. Sounds too good, especially claims about little performance impact. I am curious about what he is doing in here that is saying that he has very little performance impact. Why does this YouTube channel look familiar? Oh, it's the same guy that did the I optimized my game engine up to 12,000 FPS. Or I created a game engine just to optimize this. Oh, it's this guy. He has a bunch of audio stuff in here, so it's not like he just figured this stuff out. See here it says 77,000 rays. The problem with this effect that I messed around with this effect because Fmod has something for it. It makes all of the audio sound weird to an extent. So it really is a game of balance of keeping audio quality still there. Because you can hear like all of the bounces going on in here. And it's all probably metallic. It also muffles a lot of it. It's a bit hard on the ears because and this is probably what would happen in a big open room that has a ton of metal. It's probably what would happen, but it's the problem that you don't really know what's going on anymore, and there's just too much going on. So you almost have to follow realism, but go in your own way that matches video games. And I feel like you could do that by potentially reducing the amount of rays that you're doing, how long they last. You know what I mean? There was a video. There was a video. Unreal Engine ray traced audio. Let me see if I can find the video. I thought it was really cool. If I search up ray traced audio, I'm probably not going to find the thing I need. Dynamic audio echo. Let me see if I can find it. I thought it had a really good balance. Let me see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. I think I found it. I think this is it right here. Right, so you can hear as he goes out in the open. That's cool, dude. I don't know how I would go about implementing this though. I'm not even sure where I'd start. I don't know. I hate this, but I love playing Minecraft. Obviously, this is like really intense. There's like no like sounds or anything like that. It's really like empty. But you can imagine if you have some like ambience and stuff like that, it could sound really sick. And I think they're doing the like you hear the shot again. I think they're doing the same thing the Division did that I thought was really cool. Is they in the Division they like calculate a along the edge of a building. They constantly calculate a spot to do like a slap back sound. I know that terminology is being used here, but I don't know if that's the actual term. They always calculate a building and they replay the sound after a certain echo duration. I thought that was like really cool because it adds that sense of like echo or whatever. I think there's a good sweet spot in the middle of not over calculating stuff like this, but enough so that it's there and not like completely ruining the quality, or I guess what would be the term here? The readability, the hearability of the sound. Yeah. I don't remember hearing that. Maybe I didn't watch the entire video. Damn, it's loud. But yeah, the Division has some stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Dead Space Remake had a simplified hand place version of this. They have some work in place footage on their channel. There are other ways of doing echo. Like you can, there's tools where you can physically like create data on a room space and then do stuff like that if you have the budget for that. For me though, I like doing dynamic stuff because I am not about to place fucking specific data-based echo spaces in every single room of the games I make. So I remember Epic doing a showcase of some cool acoustics tech Microsoft was developing, but the plugin was discontinued last year. Well, damn. Nothing is safe. Nothing is safe. Yeah, I think there's a good sweet spot where you're like doing dynamic stuff, but not doing too much to the point where the sound is like unreadable of knowing what it is. Because I find some of those systems, they kind of just muffle the sound a lot, which doesn't sound great. He does optimization while TI talks about it. TI doesn't even talk about optimization anymore. TI just is like, this looks bad. That's basically all of TI's videos now. Unsubscribe to this guy. Listen, man, if we wanted to optimize everything, here's the plan. Remove all the PBR. Just make everything fucking gray box. Dynamic lighting? Never heard about it. Have you heard of Vertex painting the shadows? See, I mentioned 5 push-ups. What the hell, dude? Fine, I'll do 5 push-ups. Oh, wait. Hurt my arms. Get rid of object-oriented programming. Everything is data now. Man, who gives a shit? Data-oriented programming, object-oriented programming. Just make your fucking game, all right? I feel like I've been exposed to a subset of programmers and game developers that are just so, they jerk off to like specific programming paradigms or whatever terminology you want to use, and they don't actually work on their games. They're just like, yeah, this shit sucks. Anyways, I saved 0.001 ms by changing like 500 lines of code. Like, I feel like I've been exposed to like that kind of subset of programmers, and like I realized, you know what? I'm on the right path. It's okay. I'll learn what is right or wrong by just doing it. Yeah. I have the Microsoft plugin in my marketplace default. I wonder if I can compile it for newer engine versions. The thing is, I think that acoustic plugin required data nonetheless, right, Mafia? I thought it required real life data. When I just think about moving over my MetaHuman from one project to another, I'm starting to get spasmodic shaking. Brother, that's the coffee, all right? Have you thought about lowering your caffeine intake? That's I will probably never use MetaHuman for any of my games, to be honest. It's just, for one, I feel like they are now getting a bad rep. They kind of look uncanny for me personally. And additionally, once you start using MetaHumans in your project, I feel like everything else needs to follow suit. Like, it needs to have the same fidelity as your character models to an extent. And I also feel like it's gotten into like uncanny territory. Like, so many games are using it. That's just a personal opinion for me, right? So, like, I wonder if Inzoi is using MetaHuman. I feel like it isn't. I feel like it's using its own thing. Still a beginner game dev, but I'm learning very fast, even from your streams. My biggest tip to anybody starting out is get away from the noise, because there's so much noise. Do this, you have to do this. There's so much noise out there. Just do it and learn from the mistakes that you do. Slowly learn about subjects, and don't listen to people that are like, you should make your own game engine. You should not make your own game engine. Blah, blah, blah. Do whatever you want to do, man. Like, do whatever you want to do. Saw this video yesterday. Great overview how fucked for-profit creative software is. I think I know which video. Yeah, I saw this thumbnail. It's an hour long, but like, brother, I am not watching this video that's an hour long. What's the TLDR? What's the TLDR? I'm going to assume the TLDR is that for-profit creative software is unsustainable, and the only way that you're going to be able to make money is through subscriptions. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I'm going to assume that's probably part of it, because that's the reality. Let's be real. Perpetual software for creative software is a temporary thing. When you see it, it's just it's just there for that certain period of time. Substance used to be a fantastic piece of software, but the thing is, I think they were like near edge bankruptcy before they got bought by Adobe. ZBrush probably was not making any money. Why? Because they kept giving free updates to everybody for some reason. Why do they do that? So no wonder they probably sold out. Which is Flash? I don't remember the story behind Flash. How to protect ourselves from predatory software practices? I'm going to assume it's just use open source, I guess. Yep. Open source has its own fair share of issues as well, though. And we can see that quite clearly with Godot and Blender, and it's still fantastic that we were able to get to this point, but it's good. TLDR is training on for-profit software is damning one's future. And for Epic goes the same way. I think the thing is, when it comes to a lot of creative software, that you're only utilizing tools to you're utilizing tools to further your own ability as an artist. And I think the thing is you will still learn skills that will always be transferable in some way, shape, or form. It's just about getting outside of the muscle memory that you have within a specific software, but you still learn things while using that software. My advice to people is always, especially if you're thinking about getting into 3D, just fucking buy a perpetual license for Painter and Designer, and you don't have to ever fucking buy another thing again. Honestly, you're probably set for 3D in terms of this until, like, I don't know, the world changes how 3D works somehow. Yeah, so why do I have a notification? Oh, okay. Enemy clothing. I should probably change that. I think that was something on my mind. Yeah. Is Designer 2025 out on Steam? Yeah, I literally just bought it, and I keep buying the Designer. I think this is probably the last time I'm ever going to do this. I keep buying the Designer, like, new licenses, and I never use it because I just haven't learned it yet. But I got Painter 2025, and it has bugs. How the fuck does it have bugs, man? I had to close I was working on the RPG. I had to close that project because I launched it directly from Steam because I couldn't turn on my mirroring or like symmetry tools. I couldn't change the settings. I had to close the project. I had to then open the project directly. It wouldn't open because it didn't know what file type it was because I uninstalled 2022. I had to assign the fucking file type myself and then open it from there, and then my symmetry tools worked. I remember a long time ago, people were like, someone told me, oh, hey, the people at Substance, it's the exact same team after they got bought out by Adobe. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think they're being led by a lead who is a piece of shit who does not care about the software. And either that or they do not have the same team. At least that was like a few years ago. I doubt that's the fucking same case now. Really sad. I used to love Substance. Anything cool that's new in Designer 2025? I don't know. I just got it anyways, just in case. This is probably the last time I ever buy a license for Designer ever again. But I'm sure there's some cool like mask generator stuff in here that's probably handy. Yeah. MetaHuman in ALS v4 with all the animations, etc. Oh, yeah. Once you go into a mix of that, like, yeah, it's not a good time. MetaHuman with ALS. Ouchie. You know what's funny, though, Bahoa? Imagine going to school and learning the industry standards, and then they discontinue that software. Here's the thing. People used to train, the workflow used to be like maybe 10, 12, 14 years ago. The workflow used to be Photoshop. That used to be the workflow. The workflow used to be using Photoshop or Mudbox or whatever to paint your stuff. I've heard some stories of some teachers to this day still teaching the Photoshop workflow. And I'm in my head, I'm like, bro, it's 2025. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Is Fab still doing that Substance Standard promo? I don't know. I think that ended. I have a feeling that ended in March. Maybe even before that, February. I didn't take any advantage of that. I will not trust any of those, like, oh, you get 6 months of whatever, because I have a feeling there's something in there that fucks over your perpetual license. Like, has to. Either from a legality standpoint or something else. I'm not ever making use of those, at least personally for me, because I already have perpetual licenses for it. Yeah. Photoshop stopped selling perpetual licenses over 10 years ago. It's because they know that they would not make that much money. Look at ZBrush, man. ZBrush is in the situation it's in. It sold its company to Maxon or whatever, because they just did a perpetual license that cost $600, and now they're not making any more money because they just, for some reason, give free updates. I think a nice middle ground for any company is you do perpetual, and then you do every year you get a maintenance update, a maintenance upgrade or whatever, where you get you know, a year of updates or whatever, right? To me, I think that's the best way of going about it, personally. And then some companies have monthly, so then you can afford it. If you can't afford the perpetual license or the annual fee or whatever, yeah. Can you get it on Steam? I recommend it. There's a high probability this might just be... I feel like they keep doing this. They keep instilling fear in everybody and thinking, oh, is this going to be the last year that they have the perpetual license release? Like, who knows when the last year will be? I thought last year was going to be the last year, but then they did a post, like one of the employees did a post like, hey, we are releasing 2025 perpetual. Look at ZBrush. I had some people tell me, hey, I'm going to buy ZBrush. And then ZBrush like did not have a perpetual license anymore, or it raised price by like $100 or $200. I'm just saying, if you're going to 3D, work towards it personally. Why the hell did they release it on Steam though? I don't know. It's there though, at least. you know what I mean? At least it's there. At least it's there. I don't know why they don't just have a perpetual license on their website and they just do it on Steam. It's gotta be like that's the funniest and weirdest thing. If I make materials and substance, does Adobe get a cut of the profits? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Read the TOS, read the EULA, but I don't believe so. I remember one of the reasons as to why I bought the 2022 version at all is because my 2019 or 2020 or 2021 license, the license that Substance Painter used to have, it used to have a income limit of like 100K or 250K. And then after that, if you made over that value, you needed to like contact them or something. I think there was like an indie license versus something else. That's why I bought the Steam version. The Steam versions do not have an income limit. At least 2022 didn't have it. And I would assume 2025 probably does not have an income limit either. I would assume it doesn't have an income limit. It's probably the exact same EULA as last year's, or the 2022 one. I mean, you could just not contact them. Yeah, but like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that shit could backfire one day, and then kablamo, you get into I just don't want to have to ever deal with legalities like that, because it's just like, I don't want to deal with that. Yeah. I remember when I was first getting into 3D, and I was looking at a piece of software that was basically like a Photoshop plugin called DDO. Was it DDO? NDO? NDO and DDO. I think it was two separate things. I remember I was looking into that shit a long time ago, because I was like trying to figure out like, how do I make good textures and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure, I want to say that was Quixel, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure that shit's dead now. I'm pretty sure that stuff is like straight up dead. Like it no longer exists. I still remember it. You could like create normal maps directly into Photoshop. It was so interesting. Yeah, look at this. You get like these little like bars that it was so weird. It was so perplexing why a piece of software relied on Photoshop, but I guess. And then I think Substance Painter started growing a lot more. And obviously it was, in my opinion, way better because it was a standalone that did not require a Photoshop license. And then Epic Games bought Quixel, and then I think they probably killed it. So rip Quixel. Do you have any idea on how to make character creators for MetaHuman with slightly different heads? I have no clue. Would replacing the skeletal mesh be a good idea? For me, I replaced the skeletal meshes. However, one thing I don't do, which a lot of games would probably recommend you to do, is once you get in game, technically you're supposed to bake this down dynamically. I would recommend looking into what's the new thing in UE 5.5? I really want to look into it. Mutable? Is it Mutable? I would maybe look into Mutable. I wonder if Mutable might help a little bit, at least conceptually, like how they potentially do stuff. At least for me, though, I do just replace skeletal meshes. Like anything in here, when I add something, is just adding a skeletal mesh or a specific static mesh to the character's head or whatever. Here is an additional skeletal mesh. Here, this is just us swapping out the skeletal mesh. This is us. Facial hair is assigning a different mask. Every head here is a different skeletal mesh. Yeah. Yeah, skeletal animations blending or something that allows different skeletals could be using to certain animations. Not necessarily that. There's so the problem is when you have a lot of skeletal meshes, it adds a lot of like overhead. So what a lot of games will end up doing is as your character gets built and whatever, and when you have customization, they end up baking down. How do they do it? They end up baking the skeletal mesh down into basically just one skeletal mesh where applicable. It just depends on what you're doing for your game. I think that's really what it comes down to. How much can you have from a customizability standpoint? But at least, yeah, for me, what I do is I just swap out. All of these heads have a different skeletal mesh. Where do I put them? Probably character customization. Nope. I think it's in art. Nope. I think it's in characters. Yes. You can see here we have all of our different heads. All those different skeletal meshes. And this is how we do it here. I was just thinking to use different parts of it because I'm going to have changeable equipment mid-game, so it's going to be a pain. I think it just depends. And I would say just try something. Just try like swapping out the skeletal meshes. And then see how your performance looks. You know, Badar. I've had a Quixel license at some point. No idea if it's still valid. Stopped using it. It always made Photoshop lag a lot. Yeah, I think that was one of the things I did not like about the Quixel tools, or NDO or DDO, is it like was not performant versus Substance Painter being standalone. It just ran better, obviously. All right, we've been sitting here for 1 hour. Let's get some work done. Let's get some work done, shall we? Today was technically the aimed date. Now, I will say, I think we did get a lot done for our aimed date. You know? I think we did a pretty good job. Like, once we finished sashimi, which I started out blocking out a little bit, I made some like a little sketch of what I was thinking of how I'd go about making this level. And I did a little bit of block out yesterday to kind of get this going. I'm going to try to make it really simple, like just a linear level. Nothing crazy, nothing complex. So yeah. Isn't it release day? Not release day. This was like, okay, let's try to aim for today as content complete. And then in terms of release, this is like way later on because we have to do an announcement trailer for 1.0. Then we need a release trailer. We need to do a little bit of yeah. Make it a U-shape. I was thinking of making the level U-shape, but the problem with that is the camera's usually just facing one direction. I was just like, oh, fuck it. Let's just do like a linear kind of like older style Japanese building or whatever, and then just go with that. And then just whatever. Hold on, let me change the not started to in block out. So we're just doing something very linear for that one. Yeah. Masks called measures when I put equipment on top, the underneath things will appear. Yeah, that's usually the way to go about it, to kind of reduce some of the clipping and whatnot and all the ugly stuff that's associated when it comes to making complex character models. It's not a fun time. I think I've learned when it comes to just creating character models, I understand why Unreal is investing in Mutable and they're doing it. I hope that stuff is like friendly to use, because I'll probably be using it most likely. But yeah, let's get some of this stuff done. I was just thinking for the Scorpion SMG, let's just quickly whip up like a sound effect that I have in one of my libraries. Just so we can get that going. Sound effects. Where's my sound effects? I had a folder for them. Sound effects. Okay. I also have a bunch of gun falling sound effects. I need to put these in to make our gun drop sounds a lot better. I think in 5.5 they added nanite. I don't think nanite's on skeletal meshes, or I think they did, but I don't know how beneficial it is. I just know in 5.5 they added mutable. Yeah. Did you know they added, you can turn images into embroidery in Painter? I know, they have a filter for it or whatever. It's just pretty funny. Okay. The Scorpion. So let's try to pick one of these. I don't think you guys will hear this, so I think this is fine. Yep, that was 100% volume. Yep, that was 100% volume. I forget. Is the Scorpion SMG silenced? I actually don't remember. Scorpion. It's silenced. Oh, shit. I'm gonna need like a silenced sound effect then. I don't know if I have that many silenced sounds. We could take the Scorpion. Actually, maybe I have silenced gun sounds. Let me see. No. I got guns here, but I don't think any of them are silenced. Can I drop a short video from YouTube here? Sure. Sure. Prepared sound effects library. The Mosin Nagant. These are like real sounds. Yeah. Excuse me. They mentioned the skeletal mesh support in 5.5. It's all marketing though, dude. I would just give it a try yourself because it's kind of finicky just in general. Firearms, gunshots, mechanics. Let's see, LMGs, SMGs. Here we go. Modern auto. Oh, these are World War II guns. Oh, that's not gonna work. I didn't read it. I don't remember why I bought the World War II guns. You know, Craney? I don't know why I bought the World War II guns. I'm sure there must have been a reason as to why I did. Why did I buy that? I didn't buy that. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We take the MP5. Are sounds expensive? Boom Library, a lot of people will say it's expensive. I would argue it is not, especially for the amount of fucking return you get on these things. Like, so, let's see. This is like one of the gun packs, and the design pack is just 119, what is this, pounds or whatever. I should have bought the bundle because the construction kit stuff is actually like really handy. And I might end up still buying it, even though I'm basically losing money. Because if you look at the bundle, it's like way cheaper than anything else. This is an insane price. Like, it's insane. Insanely low. Because, think about it. Let's say you work on a bunch of games, and a bunch of them have guns. You've now taken your 229 pounds or whatever, and you know what I mean? Like, it becomes pretty cheap when you think about it, honestly. Well, they have designed sounds, so you can kind of get like the design sounds, and they sound. In my opinion, they're some of the best sound effects. And once you start looking at Boom Library, you're gonna start recognizing some of the movies. I just watched. What did I recently watch? It was I want to say it was Reacher, and Reacher, like season 3 or whatever. And they use the same sound effects. I recognize them when I hear them now in movies and in shows and whatnot. 420 Canadian dollars. Yeah, but still, I'd still buy it even if it was that much. You guys don't understand how much usability I got out of these gun sounds and how much usability I will get out of these gun sounds. Reacher season 3 was so good. I think it was fun, but it kind of felt like I was watching yet another Reacher season. That's kind of how it felt a little bit. I think the best one was probably the first season. I think I enjoyed the most, but it's good. It was still good. What's the firing rate of my Scorpion? This is the default SMG sound. How am I doing the gun sounds? Do I have a fire and then a tail? How am I doing them? I'm probably not doing anything complex, to be honest. What game is this you're making? This is called Suit for Hire. Oh yeah, it's just a fire sound. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not automatic, which is pretty bad. Not great. Suit for Hire, it's a top-down action shooter, kind of John Wick inspired, action movie inspired thing. Just you know, it's a video game. Let's see, Modern Signal. So let's do. I don't know if I want to do the MP5 though. Let's see the AUG. It's very loud though. How about modern? I don't think you guys are gonna hear this, which honestly is perfectly fine because it's pretty loud. Okay, let's do this one. Yeah, I know I'm not doing the sounds. Maybe I should try to use Ableton to modify these sounds. Use a little bit of Ableton. Try to learn how to use that with sound effects. I usually use Audacity. Maybe we can try to learn a little bit of Ableton. Let me see if it'll open. Ableton Live 12 Suite. Might as well use my Ableton. Try to learn it a little bit. I'll probably randomize the pitch in game. Okay. How do I lower the volume for you guys so I don't absolutely destroy everybody's ears? We could lower it here. You guys hear that? Okay. Okay, I'm still learning Ableton. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, so if I wanted to cut a specific zone, nice. And then I can move this down. And we can cut this out again as well. Probably want to cut this part out too. Okay. Sound effects. I think people do use Ableton for sound design, right? I'm pretty sure that's like a pretty common thing. What about the sound itself? Did you buy them in a sound bank? I bought them from, I think these are from Boom Library. I think these are from Boom Library. So here's the thing. These sounds it's supposed to be from a gun that's silenced. So maybe we can try to emulate a silenced gun or suppressed gun here. So I'll keep these original versions. And then why is my mic in being listened to here? How do I silence this or mute it? I guess this could be. Oh, that's really loud. Okay, hold on. Is there a master volume in here somewhere? So I can just lower the volume without having to actually lower the volume. Where's master volume? Someone help me. Where is the mixer? I'm sure there's a mixer somewhere here. Where's the mixer? Where the fuck I am? Phase, nudge, key, MIDI, sample rate, new. Oh, here we go. Master, main. Preview Q volume. I didn't do a shit. Main pan. Does this do anything? Hold on, let me try muting it. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that was really loud. I'm sorry, guys. None of these work. Audio to main. Right? Right. Whatever. We'll just lower the volume on the actual thing. Fab is giving away a 6-month trial for Adobe Substance Painter and Modeler. Is that still going on? On some real tests? Yeah, like, I'm going to be honest, I hate tests like this. Because they're really unrealistic. Like, I guess it is a somewhat test of the feature, I suppose. I don't know. I don't really care for nanite skeletal meshes personally. So I wouldn't know if it's like, I would say just do your research on it, right? And see if it helps you in your game and whatnot. But I am not wooed by how the tech goes, to be honest. It's not something I care for. Control A and then move it. Yeah. Now we are Abletoning. Can we multi-select? Uh-oh, it cut it. Okay. Now, I have no clue how we're going to export out of Ableton, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. I'm sure. Few more minutes in the dawn, you won't be needing the musician. I tried to play around with Ableton. Dude, there's so many things when it comes to music, I would not be able to learn it. I would not be able to learn it. I'm going to be honest. It's too much, dude. Can I slow this down? Is there a way to slow this down? Slow down the play rate? How would I do that? I don't know. How do I slow down the play rate? I'll never know. It's a saddening day. The thing is, I don't like this beginning sound because I feel like it delays the sound effect a little bit, but I guess we'll make do with it. Okay, this one's basically beginning. Put it on equalizer and cut the low frequency to make it sound like a silencer. Wouldn't we, in theory, want to cut the high and mid to make it sound more like a silencer? Or I guess a suppressor? That's what I was thinking. Okay, wait, how do we do this? Modulators. No. MIDI effects? No. Audio effects? Audio effects, that's the one. And then we need an EQ. Well, which one? EQ8? EQ3? EQ8? Okay, let's see this. There's a bunch of presets, seems like. Fat low. And then we apply it to this. And now we got this at the bottom. Okay, okay, we're music designing. So I'm curious, what happens if we cut the low? Can you set a loop region? Is that possible? Is this the loop region? How do we increase the... Oh, Alt. It's so big. Holy moly. We can add another point. Interesting. Interesting. What would a silence gun even sound like? I might want an additional layer on top of this, to be honest. I might want an additional layer. Cut all the low. See what it sounds like. And then, yeah, I guess a little bit of pitch. We'd want to what? Up? I guess because it's an SMG, we'd probably want to pitch up slightly. Where can we pitch it up from here? No, probably not. Let's see. Audio effects. What you got? What'd that be called? What'd that be called? A spectral resonator. What the hell does that even mean? A tuner? No, not a tuner. That's for tuning. Where would pitch be? No. Can I search things here? Ah, pitch. All right. What the? All right, how do I up the pitch? Interesting. There has to be a simple way of raising the pitch of a sound rather than doing this. This doesn't look, something about this don't feel right. I don't know. It just feels too complicated. This looks like it'd be more like as a preview than an actual thing to raise the pitch. Where would we raise the pitch? It sounds cool, but that's definitely not what we'd like. Let's see. Repitch? Hey, that's my gun sound. Hey, hell yeah. I picture the bullet going turns into like a straw. Turns into okay, hold on. How do you is this a preset of something or okay, dude, how do we just change the pitch? All right. Like what would the audio effect for that be? What would that be? Shifter? Is that what it would be? That sounds about right. Shifter. I kind of like the sound of it down pitching it. But I also don't at the same time. Is there free audio software? There's Audacity. There's I think Reaper is free. Is Reaper free? Or no, that's like a one-time purchase if I remember correctly. But Audacity I believe is free. Reaper is free? I swear I thought Reaper had a it kind of sounds, for some reason here it sounds kind of automatic. I don't know what it's doing. It's super bare bones. Isn't Reaper like one of the most like complex ones? I swear I thought Reaper was one of the most complex ones. Is there a... What is Damien? Let's see what you got, Damien. You sound weird, Damien. Let's not do that one. How about Mudslide? Now I'm just randomly throwing shit in. Race car. How about race car? Yeah, I don't know. Slow motion drive. Dude, I would love to get more into music, but it's just so much. It's just so much, dude. There's so many things to learn. It's too much. It's too much, dude. How about a compressor? How about a compressor? No? Thoughts? How about mildly aggressive? I think it's just, it says mild, but it actually is quite, it's, yeah. I feel like we might have to overlap a sound effect on top of this to really sell the sound. What is corpus? Corpus. Interesting. Pipe resonator? What's the goal of this? I just want to make a sound. That's cool. Also, I'm just fucking around with it. But honestly, I should do something else. Which I should probably do something else. I think this sound is fine for now. Now, let's learn, how do I... So, let's lower the volume of this, but turn off solo, and see what the... So this is what the original sounded like. And this is what this one sounds like. I wonder if we maybe put a little bit of the, like, the original in. We keep some of that, like, high metallic kind of sound stuff, but maybe we, I don't know, let's put another EQ on it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. And that's okay. Do I need to know what I'm doing? Oh. Whatever. Fuck it. I don't know. Dude, I'm not like a professional sound designer. Okay, what is the export process of this? All right, here's the next step of the puzzle. The next step of the puzzle. What the fuck is the export process? Can I export a region? Or can I just export 2 sounds? File. Export audio/video. Render track main. Selected tracks only? Can I not just export? It says render track, selected tracks only. But I don't know if that only selects the selected parts or if it only selects render start 134, render length 032. What the hell does that even mean? 1.3 type the start time of the sample to be rendered in these fields in bars, beats, and sixteenths. One bar, beat, sixteenths. 134. This does look like 134. And then the render length is 032. What does that fucking mean, man? What does it mean? 032. That doesn't look right. Bars, beats, and sixteenths. This looks like it's almost one full bar. A beat is 4, right? I went to check out Adobe's terms of use for their software. After you mentioned it may not be allowed for commercial use during the free trials. There you go. Like clockwork. Okay, let's see if this works. I'll just export this first one and we'll see if these are... Render as a loop. If this option is activated, Live will create a sample that can be used as a loop. This is ideal when rendering live sets that contain effects with tails, such as delays. When rendering with these types of effects included in the output, render as a loop will wrap the end of the effect into the beginning of the rendered sample, preventing an abrupt cutoff. That's kind of cool, but I don't think I'll use that for now. Now, let me double check. I think it's a WAV file. Is WAV file what we want? I believe Unreal uses WAV files, yes. Let's go to sound effects. This is going to be Scorpion Fire-1. I copy that name so I can reuse it. Okay, so now let's double check. Let me see if that's actually correct. Did it just render what I selected, or did it render the entire thing? It rendered the entire thing. However, it's very quiet. And obviously that would make sense because... Can I actually right-click on something and export it? It says extract grooves. I don't know if it would be considered a groove because it's a sound design, but maybe it technically could be considered as a groove. It's very quiet. It already exists. Yeah, that's fine. I did... Okay, we'll see how it sounds. I think we'll have to probably layer another sound on top of it. So then I can grab this one here, export. Render length is lower, which makes sense because it's shorter. Okay, it's keeping the same name that I kept before. That's a big W. There's some fucking software out there that doesn't do that. Blender. Sometimes. Have you made it where on Twitch it plays music and on YouTube it doesn't? Yes, I do have that set up. So people on YouTube, if you want to hear music, hop on the Twitch stream if you want to. Maybe I should keep this. Maybe I should save this somewhere. I guess sure. All right, fine. Sue for Hire, Scorpion, Fire, sound effects. I do want to learn more Ableton. I want to learn more sound design. I am not, you know, great at either. I'm not great at music. I would love to learn more about music. But music is such a huge world. Is Ableton paid? I bought the license, yeah. I don't remember how much it costs. I think they have a free trial, though. I have checked out Marshall. I have checked out Marshall. I just need to rewatch it again. That information sticks a lot better when I'm actually using it in the moment. It's some of the theoretical stuff stuck with me, but, you know, obviously not all of it. Yeah, Marshall is definitely a cool one. I think it's Marshall. Was it Marshall that made the Destiny sound? Like he made his own Destiny sound, or was that a different YouTuber? I want to say it is Marshall. I think I follow two. Oh yeah, I think it is him because he made the seismic charge and all that stuff. Yeah. Bitwig is a great alternative to Ableton by some ex-Ableton people, I believe. Bitwig, I don't even know what that is. Oh god, what the hell? Yeah, I'm just sticking to Ableton just because I bought it. I even bought an FL Studio license for some stupid reason. And then I saw a lot of sound designers were using Ableton, and I'm like, I hear things where if you get stuck in FL, you like have a hard time learning other things because FL does things in a specific way. So I was like, you know what, I'll just get an Ableton license and try to fuck around with it. Making anything music related though is such a difficult thing for me to do. Such a difficult thing for me to do, just outright. This is kind of weird though. Ableton is saving ASD files, and I don't know if I really like that because that is going to clutter my sound effects folder. Bitwig is also officially supported on Linux, which is a huge win for me. Is Ableton not on Linux? Oh yeah, see, I think I exported these really quiet. Ouchie. I made these really quiet. Gosh, am I just gonna raise the volume of these? I guess it is a silenced gun, right? I suppose it would make sense, right? Do I have any other gun sounds I could use as a base for this? Silenced fire pistol. Oh my god. There's a lot of shit in there. Silenced assault rifle. See here we also layered. So I'm actually going to use this as the basis for this. Yeah, I do want to learn more about sound design because I do think audio has such a big place in games that I think is not like looked into all that much. Hold on. Let's raise the volume of this one. Oh no, that's the pitch. Let's raise the volume of it. Lower the volume of this. pitch variance is too much. Makes it sound weird. There's also a slight delay. I think the start time of these are too... There's too much of a cutoff, which I'm not happy about. Is a Scorpion a silence weapon? It is, yeah. It is silenced. Yeah. There's a timing difference, which I'm not very fond of. I might go back into Ableton and just cut off that very beginning sound, because I usually like to have the sound effect be instantaneous. It just sounds better, I feel like. But, you know what? Let's just try it in game, and what's the worst that could happen? Let me bring this back up to normal sound. Muting music or sound effects and playing. Yeah, yeah. Like the new Doom games. Turning off the infamous Mick Gordon. I like the sound, but it's really fucking quiet. It's really quiet. And just not good. Not good at all. So let's do this. I think we're gonna go back into Ableton. And we're gonna fix this problem. Ableton was not showing me the right, it was not showing me, I guess maybe I was reading the volume differently, but it's a lot quieter. Let's see, maybe if I go in here, I don't think you guys are gonna be able to hear this, which is good, I think. It's not even reaching the top. Okay, so two things we're gonna do. We're gonna cut off this beginning section, and we're gonna go directly into the sauce, which is the immediate fire sound that we want. That will make the sound effect start sooner and remove that weird beginning part, which I'm sure has a mechanical value. But listen, I'm not an actual sound designer. I'm just an idiot with fucking software. I'm just an idiot with some software. Dubstep starts playing. This isn't right. That's not right. So now the problem is, so let's raise the volume of this. Not the best sound in the world, but It's quiet, so how do I raise the volume of it? What's a way I could raise the volume? Gain? How do I raise the gain? I guess I could just raise it on the thing itself. I don't know if it's a good idea, but add a dubstep gun for fun and make a TikTok video and get millions of views. Now that is business. Now that's business, baby. Now, the true test. Will this remember my export settings? Somewhat. It somewhat did. Control-Shift-R. What is the setting that is exporting that ASD file? Creates an analysis file. Is that what it is? I'm going to assume that's the ASD file. Yep, ASD extension. Eliminate the need to reanalyze the sample each time it's used. Gotcha. Okay, we don't really need that. Maybe click normalize too? What's that? Click normalize? The sample resulting from the render process will be normalized. It means that the file will be amplified so that the highest peak attains the maximum available headroom. That sounds kind of sick. Let's start from the beginning. Control-Shift-R. Normalize. It kept the setting even though we didn't go through with it. Pog. Okay, cool. All right, normalize. Let's see how that sounds. I did raise the gain, so this could be absolutely catastrophic or incredibly perfect for us. But maybe we don't want to normalize the entire thing because we do want that ending fade off. We'll see what happens. This is all just a learning experience for me. Who knows what's going to happen? Okie dokie. Then we go in here. Find this file. We re-import those. Let's see. Let's take a look at the loudness. Re-import. Oh yeah, see that looks a little better, guys. I will admit. I like Reaper's another DAW where you've set up all sound effects once. You can export all the sounds with a single click. Oh. It's very nice. Like a bulk export. I was just thinking about that. I was like, a bulk export would be fucking awesome. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Have I ever tried Krita? I don't think so. I think that is one painting software I probably have not tried yet. I've used paint.net in the past. I've used GIMP, used Photoshop. I've tried Affinity, did not like it. I'm watching an experienced game dev have to figure out the most basic functions of a software. Crims just skipping the tutorials and just buying a license. Me buying FL Studio license and then buying Ableton license, not even necessarily a music producer. Well, hey, if I ever need them, they're there. And I'll just try to push myself to use Ableton more. Okay, so now that we raised the volume, we have to be careful with these min and max volume sliders in here. Very punchy. Maybe a bit too punchy. Yeah, that normalize I think helped, and also raising the gain. So let's see what it sounds like now with the gun. If it's the way I like it. Still not loud enough. I think. Yeah, it's a weird sounding gun. I don't like it. Like this I think is a good layer, but it's still very quiet. I'm not 100% certain as to why. Eh. I think I'm gonna have to buy a like a silent sound gun pack. I want like that. Maybe we raise the volume of that. Ouchie. It sounds so much louder in here versus in an actual sound. I don't know if it's maybe the attenuation. It doesn't have an attenuation, so. Whatever. It's that little sound. It's got a tail sound that I don't really like. Yeah. Like, listen to this one. Like the metallic sound, I don't think matches it very well. Yeah, I don't want to do Ableton because it's gonna be too loud. I'm just like fucking around with it. Okay, you know what? I'll just leave it as it is. I'm not happy with the sound effect, but we'll just leave it as it is because we got shit to do. You know what I mean? We got shit to do, so let's move forward. If I can delete this list. Yep. Very cool. All right, moving forward. Moving forward with the video game. We could spend so much time on a sound effect. I don't want to spend too much time on it. I gotta look at it and be like, all right. Oh well. Here's a video on a silent scorpion. Make sure to put a negative review in about the scorpion sounds. You know, it's funny that first sound unsilenced does actually sound pretty accurate to the. Which gun did we use? I don't know, MP5 or something. Obviously it doesn't sound exactly like how I want it to, but whatever. What sound did we use for the? I think it was Silenced AR, right? Is that what we used? Silenced Assault Rifle? I have an idea. What if we combine the Silenced Assault Rifle with the SMG sound? Okay, that was loud. Oh, wait. The silenced assault rifle uses the silenced pistol. That was pretty loud, by the way. Fucking audio, dude. It's all just explosions in a metal pipe anyways. So true. So true. Here, let's fucking... I usually don't like putting this many layers of sound in here, but, you know, fuck it. Fuck it. Because it does make it too much, but... Like, the metallic sound that's there does not sound very silenced, I will admit. What if we maybe lower it a little bit? So it's a layer. That sounds good to me. Honestly, there we go. Done. Done deal. All right, moving on. Get a Cardo. How's it going? Distance to camera such listener plays a role. So the gun sounds, I believe, I set up the attenuation so if I remember correctly, I set it up so there is not too much or at all effect on it when it comes to the person firing it. I believe that uses a different attenuation versus the enemy's firing attenuation. They have something different, if I remember correctly. Yeah. All right, so what's next? I do need to keep track of all the new bugs that have come in on the Discord. I need to write them down in here. So we do have more tasks coming in. One of them in here is third-person mode. Nerf the auto-aim by making it make more sense. Why don't we just change this? Change the way this is written, because this is awful. Improve auto-aim. There we go. Because I don't know why past me worded it the way he did. Like a doofus. So the third person auto aim is very basic because I didn't get to it. Let's see here. It's like very intense auto aim. Like it does not take into account anything else. I think on controller it's also the same deal. It's just a big sphere trace. And then that's it. And we also slow down the controller. What could be an improvement? Let me see if I can find any like reports that people made about the auto aim and like how they felt about it, because that would probably help me in determining what we can do with the third person. Third person. Oh god, we're gonna be scrolling for a while, I think. It might not even be on the Discord that some people commented about the auto aim. It might be on like Steam or something. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we just fuck it, man. And maybe I just say fuck it. You know what I mean? Auto aim is there. Maybe I could make it like, what can I do to improve the third person auto aim? I have a feeling, I think the comments that we got about the auto aim must have been on Steam, I think. What is the auto aim on? In top down, it's basically the same thing. Maybe I just make the sphere trace smaller. Snap the control rotation to the target. Yeah, so we could do that. I make it so I slow down the speed. In this case, I just move the crosshair, but maybe we just want to like straight up just snap it onto the enemy. The problem is usually games snap the control rotation to an enemy when you aim down sight. Aim down sight is usually the like begin aim assist button. We don't have an aim down sight in the game, so I kind of have to try to find a way to snap it in such a way where it's maybe I push the cursor or the crosshair towards the enemy the closer you are. While like trying to look at them, and then maybe I kind of keep it on them a little bit. We kind of do a little bit of an assist there. Like I like this. So this is me moving the thumbstick, but what if the game kind of did that for you? But maybe we'd want a little bit of an, maybe we'd want it to be a slight assist, but not too much. The thing is though, when I'm doing this, you can see because I slow down the crosshair and I'm looking at enemies, it's very difficult for me to like, for one, it's difficult for me to like grab him and throw him around. It was a heap. I think there's one thing I do want to do. Auto aim on keyboard and mouse. Maybe we can try doing the same thing. I just don't want it to be too intrusive. Like if it like slowly tries to push your aim towards the direction of the enemy, I just don't want it to be intrusive. These little things can quickly become very intrusive. When we start doing aim assist stuff, it can very quickly become intrusive. You have to pay royalties for Boom. I'm pretty sure it's just a one-time purchase. Again, I would probably just read the EULA. I'm pretty sure it's a full commercial use for Boom library at sound effects. That's why I think it's fucking cheap as shit when you think about it. Yeah, definitely, Ray. I think there already are settings. Right now, this aim assist setting that I'm using is a setting. That's mouse aim assist. Controller aim assist is also a setting. Yeah. God, I feel like we shouldn't do it on mouse and keyboard. I feel like it should just be a thing for controller. Like trying to push it towards where the enemy is, like this. I'm also worried though that my indicator's still working? Oh, cool. Oops. We might have to do some really complex stuff for the third-person camera to make it feel really good, especially when you're in melee combat. Because technically, we'd probably want... Yeah, we're gonna do a... Oof, this is a larger task than just a single task. This is a big subtask list. What's going on with my guy's body? What the hell? Does the difficulty level have anything to do with aim assist? It does not, no. No, you can use aim assist on any and every difficulty. And none of the difficulties do not affect the thing. So there was an update, another update the other day. What's currently been added on the beta? I think all of the levels have been opened up. All of the levels that are currently like in the game. Whoops. So you can play. You should be able to play all of them now. Even I think some of the Tokyo series levels. So you can play all of the new series, provide feedback, bug reports, any kind of stuff. I've already received some feedback that I will put some go into action on. I don't remember where aim assist happens. I want to say it's actually in the player controller that we do that stuff. Using gamepad, true. Check overlap enemies, actor aim assist is valid. Here we go. Attach cursor to actor. So this is in our event tick. When we have an actor aim assist. Let me see what else is in the event tick. Using gamepad, true. Oh, here we slow down the aim. I'm actually thinking we should slow it down in a different way. We should slow it down more when you're specifically looking at an enemy. Rather than slowing it down perpetually, no matter what. Because 5, a flat value kind of sucks. Is there a second Crimson? No, no, no. I'm not dead yet. I ain't gone yet, all right? Listen. Okay. Is this in third person? Wait, hold the fucking flip phone. How do we do things in third person? There's no way we're using set mouse position for this, right? Herm. Apparently we do. Hold on. Hold on, let's see. Actor aim assist, let's find references of this. Set character rotation. There's no way I am using set mouse position as our way of doing third person camera movement. If I set this to a higher value, like 25, let's see if that actually changes it. Nope, that's a different thing. This is just, I think this is just for top down. Okay, so where is the third person stuff? Where's the third person stuff, you know what I mean? Why did I have to do third person? Why did I have to do third person, man? Because it's cool. That's it, baby. Because it's cool. Is Ableton good or can I suggest better? Motherfucker, you're talking to a guy that like has like maybe a total of 3 hours experience with it. I don't think I'm qualified to answer your question. Is it good from my non-experience angle and not knowing too much about music or audio? I think it's pretty cool. I've seen a lot of music artists use it, a lot of sound designers use it, so I would assume it must be pretty good, right? It also has a perpetual license. That's a big fucking W. And they gave me a free upgrade to the latest version. So, in my book, so far, big W. Now, in terms of using it, I don't know. I'm a newbie. I'm a newbie. I'm a big newbie. Weird. Okay, so I don't know where third person moving happens. Oh, never mind. I found it, guys. Of course. It would appear I found it. It's right here. So I am flat value halving the value, which I don't want to do. I think this would be a good start right here. FCS, the first Crimson shooter. We're making a new genre. Could look into Lyra's aim assist. I could. How does aim assist work in Lyra? How does it function? I would bet you they probably have an aim down sight button, and it activates through the aim down sight button. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna slow it down the closer your crosshair is to the target, rather than a flat value of 0.5 if the active aim assist is valid. I think that will be a first good improvement. Yes, I believe. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna collapse this to a function. This is going to be calculate 3pp aim assist. How do you do that? Hate something with a passion. You're like, I love hating this. It's more like you would talk about your hatred for it any day. Like as hating something with a passion. Like you just you hate it so much that it would be something you would be passionate to talk about, I guess. Or to hate. Listen, I don't know. If it is not valid, we're just going to return a value of 1, not 10, 1. And then I'm going to delete all of this. If it is valid, we're going to calculate the dot product of us versus where the enemy is. And we can do that by getting the forward vector of us, the camera. The camera, and then we're going to want to do a dot product of the camera versus world location of the camera. Oh wait, no. Yes. We're gonna do a find lookout rotation of the camera and the target. And we'll do a forward vector of this. I finally learned how dot products work. Kind of. Sort of. Sort of. Kind of, sort of. So for one, this needs to be value more than, let's say 0.2. If it's false, then we will go back to a regular value. Yeah, I understand how it works now, sort of. But it took me a lot of experimentation to actually understand how this math worked. I don't know how this math works under the hood. I just know, I understand what to feed into it now, I think. That's it. That's about it. I don't actually know what this is like from a calculation standpoint. I don't know what it's doing. I just use the node. I just throw the damn thing in, plug in two little wires into it, and it does the job. So if this is a value more than 0.2, okay, great. I can't fucking rename it. Dot result. Okay, so the dot result, we're doing from a value of 0.2 to 1. If it's closer to 1, we want it to be 0.5. So let's just do a map range clamped. So 0.2 to 1 is going to become, if it's 1, it's going to be 0.5. Otherwise, we're going to do a value of 1. And then that's going to be the return value here. Probably could have made do without the branch, but that just simplified it in my brain for me. So we'll just roll with it. So controller. That looks like it's just the same value. It doesn't look like it's doing anything. Guys, it's just doing the same fucking thing. It's not doing anything. It ain't doing nothing. Clamp vector size. This value. I don't know what the fuck this is doing, man. I don't know what it's doing. All right, we got a problem. The value is just 0.5 perpetually for some reason. What? What do you mean it's just 0.5? Let me put the dot result in there. So then that way I can see what the actual number is. Okay, 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, 0.9. I bet you it's this third person camera. That's probably wrong. Because I've had issues with this before. It would like not give me the right world rotation. Don't ask me why. I don't know why it gave me the wrong. I don't know why. It just fucking did. In here, it seems I'm using the control rotation. ¿Por qué? Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see if that dot product is giving us a more correct value. No, this would not be 0.99. This would be like 0.8. Nah. That's not right. Something not right there. Something's not right. Something is not right. Find the lookout rotation starting from the camera. Okay, I guess. Yeah, start from the camera. Control rotation, forward vector, dot result, blah blah blah. Getting the forward vector. Checking forward vector. What? In my brain, this would work. But find lookout rotation from world location camera. I bet you the problem is the fucking camera, dude. Maybe we do something simpler. Maybe we do actual location of ourselves and the thing rather than the camera, which is not correct, but let's give it a try. Yeah, it's still giving us something like 0.9. Oh, now we're getting 0.6. Maybe it is actually 0.9. However, I'm right in the enemy, right in the dot product, and it's like 0.92. This should not activate anymore because it's negative. Boom has anime sounds. The anime sounds are not the greatest thing in the world, I will say. Not the greatest thing in the world. Maybe it is 0.99? I don't know, that sounds weird. I'm a hater? Yeah, I guess I am. See, this doesn't make sense. It says it's 0.69. Yeah, I do think actually actual location is probably the way to go. We read off of where we are, where they are, and that'll probably give us the closest representation of what we want. So let's hook this back in here. Only problem is that we have like a 0.6 threshold. So let's do 0.6 will be 1 and then 0.5. How do you stop yourself from spending hundreds on audio packs? I don't. I ask myself the question, am I going to use this right now? Because that would impact my tax write-off. You know what I mean? Like, because the tax write-off has to be, like, you know, I have to actually use it. It's not like, oh, I'll use this in the future. It's more like, I got to use this now, right? So I just think, okay, do I need this sound effect now? Okay, I'll get it. What I don't like is when we start the thing. See, you see here, when we're aiming like this from really far away, it's like immediately being set to 0.5, which is not the correct math. Like, that's not the math that I want. Maybe I need to like somehow normalize the distance from us to the enemy. How do I stop myself from doing so? I don't know. Fucking spend the money on DoorDash instead. I don't know. Listen, find something else to spend the money on, and then you won't have any more money, and then what do you do from there? I looked in Liar's aim assist. They slow the input to get closer to the target, basically what we're doing, and also pushes the aim as the target or player moves. Okay, so it is also influencing your actual aim. Gotcha. We could do that. We can do that. I just want to fix this issue right now because the distance is not taking into the distance is not being taken into account for this. Get the forward vector of the control rotation and the forward vector of the actual location and the aim assist location. This is incorrect math. All right, care to explain? Care to explain? What's incorrect about it? Fill me in. What's incorrect about it? I know it's incorrect, but what part of it is it? You've got 5 seconds. When I'm done eating this biscuit, you better have written your explanation as to why it's incorrect. If not, you know what's happening. Your time is up. Oh, I hit the ban button. I meant to time them out. Who switched the icons? There we go. I didn't mean to buy. I'm sorry. That was a little too quick. There we go. 10 minutes. 10 minutes in the dungeon. Get the right vector from the lookout rotation. We don't want to get the right vector. We want to get the forward vector to see if we're like in line, but we need to we need like a way to increase the intensity, I guess. Here's a tutorial. I don't need a tutorial. I'm a god game dev, all right? He's using an aim button, which is something we don't have. That's one big problem. He is getting the distance to the actor, so that might be something we might have to do. He is immediately setting the actor rotation with an interpolation. It smoothens. All right. One, we don't have an aim down sight button. So this is a system we have to basically take into account for the entire duration that the player is playing. We can't just use an aim down sight button. He's not even watching the tutorial, just judging it. No, I'm just I know what the tutorial is doing. I know what it's doing, but it's not what the problem we have is that we don't have an aim down sight button. We need to have the aim assist all on at all times, which requires a much more complex problem or solution. Yeah. And in my case, the problem is my dot product is not sensitive enough. How do we create the sensitivity? How do we make the sensitivity? At a distance, this doesn't work well because our value is very close to 0.9, which doesn't really make much sense because like when we're looking at it here, that doesn't look like 0.998. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That looks like something like 0. Whatever the fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like something's not right here. Which is most likely my math. Like we probably want the camera vector. But the problem with that is when we aim assist at an enemy, when we're facing them, the value is incorrect. So we might actually potentially want 2 separate dot products in here. One for the one that we're currently doing. Right? This would check if we are currently facing forward. But for the actual calculation here, we might want something different going on. I have an XLR mic. It's I think so. Yeah, XLR. XLR is the cable plug thing, right? Yeah. So currently what I'm doing here, Zahib, is this is taking into account our rotation to the character. So then that way we know that our camera is facing someone. And then the second one, we're going to take into account the actual control rotation. Or, sorry, the camera location. And then this should be comparing the actual rotation of the camera versus the forward vector of us facing the actual dude, which I think is correct. I think, I don't know, we'll see. Let's just feed that directly because we're using this as our print string. You're like, look, this value is 0.98 or 0.99. That doesn't make any sense. If we get closer, 0.9. Dude, this is not 0.9. Because what we're doing is we have the first trace going from, imagine this starting point is our camera. This is our forward vector, and then the other forward vector is like this. This is not right. This isn't right. Oh, it's not feeding me anymore. Oh, because I don't have the... Yeah, what? Huh? 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 What? We get the control rotation. Maybe it's not this. Maybe we get the spring arm. Maybe it's this. Maybe this is the... Maybe it's not control rotation. Control rotation might actually be giving us the rotation of our mesh, not our actual camera. Again, we're being given 0.98 as a value here. 0.88. I've somehow inverted the controls. So when I'm looking like this, it's giving us 0. What? What the hell is going on? You would assume get world rotation of the third person camera would work, but it doesn't. It's all kinds of fucked. Control rotation doesn't work because I think control rotation takes into account the rotation of our mesh, which then makes me question, how the hell is this working? I don't know. Why are we using the look at node? What's wrong with the look at node? Why do you do the find look at node from the camera and the player controller? We're not doing the player controller. We're feeding in the actor aim assist, which is the actor that we're currently aiming at, which should be correct. Yeah, this should be the enemy. So this is the enemy location. We're doing from the camera to the enemy location. This is getting the find at, look at rotation. And then we're doing a forward vector. So then this will give us the actual direct like rotation or vector, ideally, of this. Am I doing the dot product backwards? Does that matter? No, it seems like it's giving us the same values. Like, this is weird why it's showing 0.92, like right here. Because we're looking so far off, right? The camera is offset. I'm using the player character location in the first calculation. In the first one. This will basically tell us if we're like facing them, or if our camera is like this. That first calculation will tell us if we're actually facing them. So if we're like this, we're not going to slow down the camera at all. But this part's a bit weird. It's doing some weird stuff. Subtracting the camera from the player controller gets you the vector you need already. We're not subtracting for the player controller though. Forward vector. I feel like something's not right about this forward vector with the camera. Like, we're using control rotation here, which seems to work. I almost want to draw an arrow. I almost want to draw debug arrows to see if this shit's working properly. I almost duration 0, arrow size 1, line color red, line start. Oh, it's not a. I'm gonna have to do. Oh. Well, the start is always going to be at the same spot. That's a given. This I'm going to leave it at 1. We'll have red and blue. Red, line start is always going to start at the camera. It's going to be ugly. This is fine. Road location is always going to be plus this, line end, multiply this by the forward vector, feed that in there. This can be fed into there. This we're going to do a little bit longer than the other one. Thickness 1, thickness 1. Brother, there's no way that's 0.9. There's no way that's 0.9. You know what I mean? Like, is that's not 0.99. There's no way that's 0.99. What is it showing us right now? Nothing. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I gotta feed this fucking thing into the thing. How is that 0.96? Obviously, as we get closer, that's not, there's no way that's 0.9. Guys, if we look at this, that does not look like a 0.9. That almost looks like that doesn't look like a 0.9. I'm so confused right now. So dot product. Okay, this is not going to be the actual mathematical way. Here's how I envision it. We take two forward vectors or two directions, and then we feed it into the dot product, and it basically compares it. When it's like almost 1-to-1, it's going to be a value of 1. If this direction goes in the opposite direction, but exactly in the opposite direction, it'll be -1. So in theory, over here, this would be 0 and 0, right? This is 0, this is 0. So if it goes in this direction, this should be 0.5. However, right now it's 0.9, which makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this should be like, yeah, 0.6 even. 0.7, yeah, something like that. Am I doing my math wrong? Oh, yeah, probably. Clearly I am, because something's fucked. But like, if you look at the debug ain't lying. Maybe, I don't know. Is it because it's not, is it because we're not calculating just from like the z-axis? Instead, it's also considering like pitch and everything in there. Micros knows what's wrong, but they're in jail. They don't know. They just know the math is wrong. See, like here, this would be like 0. This would be 1, right? Because we're like basically intersecting. This is not 0.9. Well, it's no longer calculating because, like, look at this shit. The math is not mathing. I also love how the actor aim assist aims at his waist and not at his head. I might want to change that and kind of, you know, raise it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Looks kind of awkward. 0.88. This does not look like 0.88. That's fucking bullshit. That's some, look at that. That's some bullshit. We know we know that's that's bullshit. That's some bullshit. What's wrong with this? We could discard the pitch. Maybe that could help, but that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That shit doesn't make any sense. So at least now I know my dot product is giving us the correct values. It's just this shit doesn't work. Okay, how about this? I get the forward vector of our player mesh. Get world rotation, which I have to combine by 90. Because shit's not even fucking correct. And then let's see what kind of math we get out of that, huh? The thing is though, now that we're using the mesh as the location, The correct thing would be the line start would be not the third person camera. Doing this differently. But ironically, and in a very funny way, this is kind of starting to give us better values, even though I feel like it's not right. I feel like it's giving us better values. However, it doesn't feel legal. It doesn't feel right. However, of course, distance is still not being taken into account. Right? So how can we take distance into account? Because we still have 0.99 at a distance. It's almost like at a distance we need to like change the threshold. Well, it's giving us a better number. Is it correct? No, probably not, but it works, I guess, in a weird, not normal way. So we're basically comparing what our mesh is doing versus what our camera is doing, which I guess kind of makes sense, I guess. I don't know. Okay. So let's try that. Let's see how that feels. It should. So what we're currently trying to solve is we want, so there's a system where we slow down the camera, or we slow down. So you see how like it snaps? We slow down the, it's like really close to 0.5, which I really don't like. At least up close, it feels better, but at a distance, it doesn't feel that good. So we increase the speed that you can move your camera where the enemy is, right? And that kind of helps you a little bit with aim assist if you're like moving really fast and quick and whatnot, especially if you like increase like your sensitivity and whatnot. We increase our sensitivity here. Say we're playing at 1. It's a lot faster. This will kind of help you aim a little bit better. Now, at a distance, though, the problem is that it's like constantly 0.5. No matter the distance. I don't know how we could create like a threshold for it. Maybe we multiply one of the dot product direction values the farther you are from the actor. Hey, if it's hacky, but it might just work. It might just work. So hear me out. We get the distance of us and this, okay? We get the distance, okay? The closer we are, the less we do stuff. So we will do a thing where we will do something. Let's clamp it. From a value of 0 to, now let's try like 2000. We will go from 0 at 1 to, I don't know, let's try 10. And then we're just going to multiply the forward vector, which should increase the sensitivity of the dot product. You guys got what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying? Right. Maybe we do it the other way. So 0, 1, and instead of 10, 0.1. Maybe this is not the way to do this. Maybe instead of multiply, maybe we divide the vector. Maybe we divide it. I don't know. Like, I'm just fucking around. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of. I just be kind of fucking around. You know what I mean? I just kind of be a doofus. You know, just try things. See if it works. Guys, I have an announcement to make. It's not working. Guys, I have an announcement to make. Shit ain't working. Maybe instead of 0, maybe instead of 5, we do 0.1. Basically just doing the same thing over and over again. I've basically done what I did, but okay, so this is not gonna be a way that we could change the sensitivity of our math. I don't know how we could do this. I really don't know how we could take into account distance into the equation. Delay 1.0 another month. Yep. That's shit. Yeah, I don't know how we could calculate this. Yandere Game Dev as aim assists. Welcome to Game Dev, man. Welcome to Game Dev. Enjoy your stay. There's a chair right there and a fucking pack of chips. All right, just I already got my pack of chips. They're right here. So they gave me Pringles. They gave me the party pack. All right. Does Yandere Dev still work? I don't know. Doesn't he still get money on his Patreon? Where's the room where I can scream to the void? The padded room is to the left. Just don't lock the door behind you. You will be stuck in there permanently. Take the distance. Take the dot product value. How can we make it so a value that is closer to 1 is more powerful than values that are farther from 1? You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? I wish IOI made the Yandere game instead. Dude, just take Hitman and fucking mod it, and then you're fine. Okay? Just mod the Hitman games and turn it, like, every character into, like, anime characters. Kablamo. There you go. You got Yandere, the Yandere game. So if we take the dot product value and then we just fucking, what's a mathematical thing that we can do? I hate this. 1 minus your dot value, multiply that by itself, then 1 minus it again. why would you 1 minus it then if you just multiply it by itself? What do you mean? Why would we multiply it by itself? If you multiply a negative value by a positive value, doesn't it just multiply the negative value higher? And then if you 1 minus it again, doesn't it just make it positive? That doesn't make it. That doesn't. Wait, I don't get it. What is that, a meme? Is that a connection to something that I can't think of right now? No, listen. No video will help whatever fucking thing I'm doing. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just leave it as is. If you're aiming at an enemy from afar, it will immediately go... See, like, that doesn't feel good, though. Immediately going to, like... into that immediate, like... I didn't even push that button. He's dead! And the other enemies did not react. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, let's just move on to the next thing. I think the close-up is what I wanted. The close-up, like this is what I wanted. Where it's like if you're looking farther away. Because, like, I noticed with melee, if I'm trying to look behind, I found it very difficult to do that. Why is the target on his penis? Well, because listen, man, that's the... Have you ever dealt with another male man in real life? You just aim for their cock and genitals, and then you're good. That's the weak point. I don't know why it's aiming at the guy's crotch. Well, I know why. It's because the actor, like, the spot is there, but... Actually, the aim assist does not take into account pitch. I just realized. You guys see that? Okay, well, you're fine, we're fine. Watch this. Our animations look so weird. The next thing I want to do is I want to make it so when you're aim assisting, we kind of help the camera lead towards the thing. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, totally. That's it. That's the point. Sure. This is happening on Tick. Am I using audio middleware? Fmod? The better middleware. It's better than Wise. How dare you? Just objectively better, all right? You know, I've been thinking of actually, like, I think one problem we have right now is we use both the Unreal audio system and Fmod, and one problem is I cannot control... I found out I should really be, I should be making the gun sounds duck the music. And I can't, I don't think I can control that if I have one system versus another. They don't really interact very well, which kind of sucks. Sabe? Grunick, hello, hello, hello. Let's just rewrite the stuff then? No, I think we're good. I think we'll put that knowledge towards the next game. Not towards this one. Yeah. An Fmod that's easy. There might be like a section that can read Unreal like mixer types, or not mixer types, whatever they call it. What do they call that? If I go to my gun sound, maybe it can read sound classes. Then you'll be ducking a bunch, given you have tons of gunfights. Right, that's the only problem. I would probably just want it as a slight ducking. Probably not like too much. Something to learn for the next game. I do think there's a lot of audio balancing that we can improve for this, but yeah. Am I going to do a marketing refresh when the game launches? Well, I'll probably be doing some marketing pushes for sure. General submixes can also do the ducking. I guess Fmod, we send our music to the Fmusic class. So that is true. I guess I don't need to go into Fmod for that. I'm not sure why I would do that. Where would I do that? I don't even know. Sound mix modifiers to activate automatically when the sound of this class is playing. Okay. Duck normal attack mix mod. Okay. I might be able to do the ducking in Unreal, because we do send it to this. And I would assume, if I double click on this, sound class effects, normal attack. What does this even mean? Yeah, I'm sure there's something in here. I could probably, I'll look into it another day. Marketing is another thing I have to work on when developing my game. It's just a reminder, like, hey, you just show off your game to Twitter and Reddit and whatever, and hope for the best. I'm not a marketing wizard. I just know you gotta share your game somewhere. This is really annoying. Let's space this out. Okay. We're creating our subway line. Things are looking good. I can help you offline? Yeah, that might be helpful. It might be helpful as like a detail thing. Probably like later in the week, I'll probably like try to figure it out or something. Gotta post little dev snippets on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, right? Yeah, basically everywhere. And they get banned from someone's Reddit for self-advertising. Just don't be that guy on Reddit, on Reddit that like you look at their user profile. This is like the biggest pet peeve I have. I look at someone's user profile after they post like a self promo thing, and then you look at their profile and they posted 10 threads in like 10 different subreddits, and like their game doesn't even look that good. Come on, man. Like, and then they just disappear off the face of the planet. I don't know. That I guess that's marketing. I guess that's. I don't think you can market on Reddit anymore. I feel like people have just become so numb to it that you better just share cool clips, and then you get lucky if people actually ask what the game is. I feel like that's the way to do it. Is just share cool clips without any intention, or you, I don't know, you create some sob story that like every Redditor does. Like, I bet you if I look at reddit.com/r/game dev, let's see, what's the latest sob story? No, no, hold on. We gotta go to PC gaming. Maybe there's one in PC gaming. There's always like some sob story where it's like, I lost my job and now I got into game dev. This is me 4 years later. It's like that's like that's the that's usually the that's usually how it goes. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Yeah. Sorry, I'm losing my hair. Okay, the next thing we need to do is slowly interpolate towards the thing. But we need to check if aim assist is valid. Set control rotation. Crimson origin story. My origin story is that I was bored and I installed the engine, and then at one point there was a game that I was following when I was younger, and they weren't making like all that much progress, and it kind of just seemed funny to me, so I just tried to like, in spite, I tried to make my own version, and then it kind of just, I fell in a pit, and then here I am. I fell in a pit. Yeah. And now here I am. So I think what I want to do here is I want to minus out our current rotation versus I guess what our desired rotation would be towards the enemy. And we'd probably want to interpolate it towards, or maybe we just interpolate this. So let's go here. This is the pitch. This is the yaw. R interp. Target's going to be control rotation. Oh, great. We're going to have an is valid problem here, aren't we? Yep, I think so. Do you think so? Oh, is this gonna work? Actually, I don't think this is gonna work. Current target? No, it is. I mean, hold on. Yeah, it is. I think. No, wait, no, it's not. No, this is not gonna work. Wait, is it? Ah, let's try it anyways, even though I know it's not gonna work. Nah, this is not gonna work. This isn't the right way of doing this. If I want to push the camera towards the enemy while we're aim assisting, no, that is partially what we want to do. However, I want it to be a select. The code's looking pretty dirty right now. We're gonna have to do some. Some janitorial work after this. This is looking rough. We are gonna have to do some janitorial work. Okay, so the target is gonna be our world rotation towards the act aim assist. Now we are gonna get a null because of this. I wish. Sorry, real voice reveal. I wish this is valid didn't like do the select constantly. Basically, this is always going to calculate no matter what, which is not fun. We're going to get an is valid error. I don't know if this is going to be correct. Another find, look at rotation. So this will be the target when we're is valid. All right, let's try it out. Hey, would you look at that? It works. It's just a little too intense. So let's lower the interp speed to like 5. The other annoying thing is it works on... Actually, is it annoying? If you have mouse aim assist on, would you want this setting to work? You know what I mean? Like, this is me not moving my mouse. Would you want that to stay there? You know what I mean? I feel like this should be a gamepad thing. Also, we just got an error because this is going to error out, and I bet you if I check my error, it's going to be because of a null reference. There's a lot of them in here. Oh, because it's trying to access this. Most people wouldn't want auto aim for keyboard mouse. Obviously not, but I mean, like, if you have the setting of mouse aim assist, right? I feel like maybe that would not be a setting you would want. It taking over your stuff. Okay, so what's a way I can override this select value? I guess we'll have to create another function. But for now, we're just gonna test this. Okay, so it's no longer affecting mouse and keyboard, but let's take a look at controller. So now on controller, it slows down the controls and also moves the camera towards Why is it aiming at his ass? Don't ask me these kind of questions, man. Please don't change that. I'm sorry. I'm going to change it. I apologize. I will be changing it. I will be, unfortunately, changing it. Also, I think we need to make this interp speed higher. However, I also think we might actually want to take into account distance here. That might be a good spot where we take into account distance. Don't look at me. Uh-oh. What it also does is it kind of helps with melee. Sag Crim gone woke. No, it just doesn't really look good. The camera looking down. Only thing is now, because of how we made it, it's very difficult to... We might want to make it so if you're trying to aim directly away from an enemy, we reduce the interp speed even more, so then that way you can unsnap from them. Because right now, you're basically like, it's hard to kind of unsnap from an enemy, which could be problematic if you're trying to like target a specific enemy type. Maybe someone's shooting at you or something else. But it's cool. It works-ish. Yep. Just normal day. This gun sounds ridiculous. The sound kind of overlaps each other, which is not great. You guys notice? You guys know what I'm saying? I might want to remove some of the tail. Like, it gets to a point where it almost sounds like we're losing some of the sounds. You guys know what I'm talking about? It almost sounds like we lost some of the sounds. I wonder if that's the what's the term? The concatenator. What's it called? I don't even know what it's called. Consistency. The concurrency. There we go. That's the one. I think it's reaching the is it reaching the default max count of 16? Is that the default value for concurrency? Coconut. No, not coconut, man. What the hell? Stop farthest, then oldest. I don't know if that's the default. No idea if that's the default. Stop farthest, then oldest. Stop quietest. Stop lowest. Stop oldest. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the one. Yes, sir. That's the one, baby. Let's check that out. Let's check it out. See what's going on. Something ain't right with this gun sound. I think it's too long. I think it's too long. Crimson, do I use Windows 11? What do you take me for? A fucking psychopath? No, I don't use Windows 11. Windows 11, are you kidding me? It's a joke. What do I use? Windows XP. No, it's Windows 10. For a moment there, I was about to go crazy. Max number of allowable concurrent active voices for voices playing in this concurrency group. The hell is he saying? The max number of allowable concurrent active voices for voices playing in this concurrency group. That's a tongue twister, brother. That's a tongue twister, let me tell you. I actually can't tell if it's a concurrency. I think it's literally just the audio just breaking. It's just because it's firing off so many sounds. This sound sucks. This is a bad sound. Horrendous. Bad sound effect. I've designed this poorly. Especially for an auto-firing gun. This is not the proper way of doing this. Let's try increasing the max concurrency. I don't know if that would work, but... Let's try lowering the max count. That sounds better. That actually sounds very good. That's I think it was because there was so many overlapping. They just like turned it like one big mush of shit. So all right. Fix that problem. Bug fixed. Now, let's get back to what we were working on. Our third person aim assist. I do see one problem. Do you guys see the problem? Why is our aim... That doesn't make any sense. I've added 50 to X, Y, and Z. No, I didn't. I added 50 to just Z. Sorry, I apologize. You're right. I did add 50 to X, Y, and Z. I didn't realize. I apologize. You're right. You do have a point. I was wondering why it was broken. All right. You know what? You made a good point. All right, you made a good point. I'll admit, you made a pretty good point. Yeah, I feel like I don't want this to be a complete override. You know what I mean? This feels like a complete override of your camera controls. I think we just want it to be, as the definition, an assist. You know what I mean? This should be an assist. It should assist the player, not take over their controller and make them want to throw it at a wall. You know what I mean? Because that would suck. I don't think anybody wants that. We still want the player to put a little bit of input, right? So this is me not doing any input. At some point, you're going to lose input. But if I like kind of help by adding a bit of input, I can then keep track and I can... Let's see it in action. What the hell did you put in your baseball bat, man? Fucking gunpowder? Jeez. I do want to add an assist where when you're grabbing an enemy and you try to throw them at someone, we kind of like throw them at who you're aiming at or who you're trying to throw it at. Don't shoot me when you're... He killed himself. Bug. Merc/gun firing enemies can shoot while grappled/in body shield, resulting in them shooting themselves. Yep, that's a bug report. That's intended behavior? Well, in some games maybe, but in ours, not necessarily. That, I meant to do that. What's the swap gun button? Oh, no, that's the swap shoulders button. There we go, swap. Feels like a feature to me. Let me see if I can... Hold on. Don't do it again. I think it's because I accidentally body shielded him. Wait, hold on, I'm out of stamina. Wait, hold on. I don't know how he did that. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I think we delete the bug report. It's a feature. If someone accidentally does that, I'll allow it. I don't know how that happened. Hold on. It's time. What the? Okay, where did the aim assist go? Someone help me out here. What happened there? Aim assist bug. Aim assist on shotguns sucks. I'm deleting this one. I don't know how I'm going to reproduce that. I want to be honest. And you know what? If it happens to someone, maybe that'll make them laugh. And you know what? That's it went in my book. I'm really glad I can come up with like ways of this is what happens when you have years and years of practice procrastinating schoolwork. Is you just become a professional at it at work. Hey. What you gonna do? Now, if I have a much lower third person look sensitivity, does that make it harder for me to escape aim assist? I think it does. But maybe that might be something we want to take into account. Eric Andre, the game dev. I am not Eric Andre. I don't even look like him. Wait, how do you throw a weapon in... Oh, it's B. He's obviously Dan Harmon. I don't know who the fuck Dan Harmon is. Don't disrespect me like that. I love the sound of this gun. It's just like, it happens so often that like you become so desensitized to the sound effect. Oh, I forgot. The interact key is not Y, it's X. The auto aim feels good. I don't even need to like use my look thumbstick. Oh. So I think this will be a good improvement for the third person. I wonder if in top down this would be a good improvement as well. Actually, I think it will. We should add this to top down as well. Slowly set the mouse position towards the enemy. So then that way you don't have to like keep your finger on the thumbstick. That might be a good ignore all these null errors. We'll fix that later. It's not very important. Improve auto aim. I think we did a pretty good job. I think it's improved. I think we've improved it. It feels better. I think. Mouse aim assist, I think, feels the exact same, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Maybe it's a little too easy on mouse. Maybe we want to reduce the mouse aim assist a little bit. He's apparently still shooting at me, which is showing the attack indicator. Do you guys see that? I think he's gone now. Never mind. I think he's gone now. We won't be seeing him again. He will not be here again. Ever. I gotta fix this soon, or otherwise I'm gonna go crazy. Is there an easy way of doing this without me turning this into a function? No, I don't think there is. I think we'd have to turn it into a function. It's inevitable. We can't use a select. We'd have to use a function. Is there an alternative to a select? Anybody know? Any programming wizards? Chat? Make a quick select macro? At that point, I might as well just make a function. Is there like a better select that like if something is not valid, it's not gonna go through the other one? Is there like a better select that I don't know about? It only executes the selected path. Why is that not a thing by default? I guess because you made it a macro rather than a pure function. Flow. If you want to, Malt, if you have the time, send me a screenshot of what it looks like. So I can see what you're doing for it. What are we looking for? We just have a null error because this requires an access to the aim assist. But over here, we check if it's invalid. But the problem is the select will calculate both things no matter what the index boolean is. You know, just classic things. You know how it goes. There should be a select that's non-pure, so then it doesn't have to calculate. Actually, would that work? I'm sure it would. It doesn't have to calculate both of these at the same time. That should be a thing. Like a non-pure select. A better select. Anyways. Here's the Discord. Or if you have an Imgur link, just post it in here, and it's honestly whatever you're comfortable with. Isn't that just a branch? Yeah, but like a branch, but with like wildcard inputs that like spit out an output. You know what I mean? It's like a branch, but different. Branch with input outputs. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Can I make a function out of that? I guess I could make a function. We call it safe select. We'll call it the safe select. So it doesn't spit out null error. Oh, there's a message on Discord. Hashtag game dev. Input if true. Oh, that's literally what you're doing. That's you're setting. Okay, yeah, I see what you're doing. It is literally basically a select, but with a branch. That's all it is. It's basically just a selectable with a branch. All right. It's so stupid that this isn't a regular function. Honestly, does that even have to be a macro? Can't this in theory just be a function? Can you do local wildcard? No, because a function pulls all inputs before they run. Oh, makes sense why you're doing a macro. That's kind of dumb. I see. I believe I have a macro library somewhere in here. Where's my macro library? Actor macro library. Safe select. So we need a wildcard input. It's going to be false, true, and then the index. And this is a Boolean. And then the output is going to be return value. I'm copying it. Oh, the copy paste variant? Oh, hey, thanks. Copy pastes malware. All right, I've crashed the engine. I think because this is probably, if I were to guess, in UE5. Okay, it just didn't paste it. I don't think I can copy paste it, probably because it's not in UE4. If I were to guess. If I were to guess. That's fine. I can... Oh, this also needs... Oh, shit. We need a flow path. Execution. Shit. Execute. And then output. Guys, what's the execute output? I forget what it's called to not have the thing in there. How do you learn blueprints? How do you learn all of blueprints? Have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z? You know how they use like a hyperbolic time chamber? Yeah, you need to build yourself one of those to learn all of blueprints. Like, even I don't know all of blueprints, and I've been learning for 10 years. Oh, then, of course, you have to become the blueprint. Yeah, I don't really think there's a way to learn all of blueprints. Set by ref variable. Excuse me? Why is the wild card going into the execution link? I guess that's something you can do. Excuse me? What is local wildcard? I don't, local temporary wildcard variable. I don't know what the hell that means, but I do like your use of reroute pins though. Good stuff. Big fan. Big fan. Huge fan. Big fan of this, actually. Humongous. So now we get our safe select. Feed it into there. God, wildcard is so sick. It's so cool. And macros. The only thing with a macro, I guess that's kind of annoying, is that it's not a function. I don't remember. What's the difference between a function and a macro? Macro has to compile each one. Almost like these are like condensed nodes, right? Behind the scenes is just doing that, right? Is that what it's doing? Gosh, my code looks like shit now that I have an impure node. Whatever. That should stop the weird stuff from happening. Yay, woo! No more errors. Woo! Wait, hold on. Let me check if it works. Yes. It's kind of sick. I think it's working pretty well. Our third person works pretty well. This brings up a good point. We should try to put a similar system in the aim assist on controller in top down. I think that'll be pretty sick too. Let me see, dodge and timers. You can't put a timeline delays inside a macro. I think you can put a timer. I think you can put delays in macros. I've done it once actually for here. I have my own function here for each loop with a delay. This is chaos. This is chaos right here. I made it so it delays between each loop. But you can't put a timer or a delay in a function. A function you can't do that. That's the one you can't put any sort of time-based stuff. Yeah. Macros are just nodes that essentially get pasted in. Right. Which is funny because we have a lot of like stuff like that. Like a branch, for example, is, if I remember correctly, a macro. Any flow control stuff are macros, like do n. You can even see them. You can see the standard macros and see all of them here. I guess it's inevitable. Like anything that has multiple stuff like this needs it. Yeah, for loops are also macros. For loop, it's really funny. When you look at a for loop, the for loop is literally just, it does the thing and then it does the thing again. It keeps doing the thing. It is quite literally a loop. It's like a flux capacitor. It just keeps going in and out. That's it. And then it calls completed, which is probably, that's probably how it does it in C++ too. Hyperbolic time chamber reference. Yeah, I've watched Dragon Ball. Actually, I have not seen the original Dragon Ball. I've been wanting to watch it, but I did watch DBZ, and I refused to watch DB Super. I don't know why. Super just, some of the episodes look cool, but it's like after DBZ, what are they gonna do, dude? Change his hair 13 different colors? Like what are they gonna do? They become so giga powerful. Can't even hold the power anymore. Super is amazing. I don't know. I watched a couple of episodes and they're cool. Like I watched the episode where he goes, what do they call it? Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, I forget what it's called. No, it's not God, is it? No, not blue. It's the one, Ultra Instinct. Yeah, Ultra Instinct. That's the one. Original Dragon Ball is great, much different from Z, but really charming and fun. I think the original Dragon Ball, I feel like, has more. I think the thing that is they got into such a power level complex that like it's like kind of ridiculous almost. I kind of liked the early episodes of DBZ because there was still that concept where it's like all of the characters were like leveling up to an extent. And I feel like DB, the original DB, probably has a lot of that. Ultra Instinct is near the end of the show. In what order did you watch it? Oh, that's what I mean. In Super, I didn't watch Super. I just watched some of the episodes. I just like watched random clips just because I know they were like very popular moments. Yeah, I gotta watch the originals. Okay. We're all good here. Now, let's just delete this. Third person mode doesn't exist anymore. Look how much we shortened the list. It's actually not that short. It's actually kind of like, it's still pretty long, actually. Thought you tried watching and dropped out for a few episodes. Well, I think I did watch a few of the beginning episodes, but I think. You know what I did try to watch? Boruto. And then I was like, why would I watch this when I can watch Boruto's dad instead? I also only watched a couple episodes of Boruto to see Boruto's dad. Which is literally just Naruto. His dad's pretty cool. Yeah. Starting with Goku being a farmer and Vegeta taking his family to some vacation. Hey, what the hell? What's wrong with that, man? Vegeta going on a vacation? Hey, give him a break, all right? He's a hardworking dad. Not the strongest start of the show. It's probably why I didn't watch it, because I like one of my cousins probably told me about the beginning. He's like, this is really stupid. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm just not going to watch it then. You know what's back, though? Fire Force is back. Hey, hell yeah. Season 3, Fire Force. Hell yeah. Goku's boring. Someone shoot that guy with a paperclip gun. Mods? Mods, get that guy. Mods. In Minecraft. someone made a remix or like a impression of Jack Black singing for like a Minecraft song. It's so funny. He's like, I'm fucking Steve, and I'm sick. And it's just like the high-pitched notes that he does. And it's so good. I forget what it's called, man. Don't ask. It's so good. Oh yeah, the music from Fire Force is great. There's some good songs. All right, where the hell am I? Help! Someone help! Oh yeah, we need to check if we're aim assisting, and then we need to do it on the mouse. Yes, the mouse. The mouse. So, oh. Does Crimson even have any mods? They don't watch my stream anymore. I think they hate me. Which I wouldn't, hey, listen, I wouldn't put nothing against them. Either that or they used to watch for other things. Or maybe they got sick of this game after 4 years. After 4 years, they're like, dude, can you quit this top-down game and work on something more interesting? Mod me and I'll stop watching too. That's how it happens, man. You mod someone or VIP them and then they're gone. They just disappear. And they're not there anymore. Okay, here's my problem. If I want to set the mouse position, how do I get an actor in... Oh god. I have to get an actor. I have to get the current world location. Of the aim assist. And then do this. And then do the screen location. And then I'm gonna... And then we're gonna do a safe select again. What is the original value of the set mouse position? It's not X and Y, right? It's an X and Y. Oh, vector 2D. Make vector 2D. Oh, it's a float. Wait. Why is this truncate and not round? Oh my god. That should be round, not truncate. That's insanity. You know, Bigly? I will say in the streams that I'm VIP/mod, I hardly show up anymore. Hey guys, see what I mean? Jeez, you see what I mean? You catch my drift. You see what I mean? Why is that? I don't know. I don't know. I just work here. All right, let's round the value instead of truncate because truncate, like we're losing some values. Safe select and a hold value macro are honestly the most used macro for me, and they're both just so basic. It's almost sad. I completely understand why you use this. I get it. It makes sense. It makes so much sense. Because select just calculates both things. Why not just calculate one of the things? Well, is there a way to get an object reference without it being in the scene? If it doesn't exist and it's not in memory in the scene, is there a way to get an object reference without it being in the scene? I'll ask you a question. What are you trying to do, Bigly? If it's not spawned, yeah, like I'm just curious what you're trying to do, and maybe I could potentially lead you in a direction. In a direction. Let's try 5. I'm gonna recombine this, put that in there. Okay, let's see if that works. So now, in top-down, with the controller, it should try to change the mouse location towards the enemy. Guys, I have bad news. It ain't doing shit. I got some news. It ain't doing nothing. Oh, that would explain it. Okay, what if I I'm doing some we're doing some crazy stuff here. All right, we're doing some crazy stuff. If this is true and we're aim assisting, let's go ahead and do the safe select anyways. Okay, I thought this was going to look ugly. This is actually looks fine. It's not that bad. Just wondering, how does someone get mod or VIP? How getting VIP? Just wondering how getting mod or VIP changes if you want to watch someone or not. It sounds like it's completely unrelated. I don't know. I just work here. Okay, guys. Getting. I think the calculation for this is wrong. Convert world location to screen location. Viewport relative? I don't know. We're going to create an ammo system. I got a modular pickup item, and if the player interacts with it, send a message with blueprint interface to the inventory, then send it to the gun. Sorry for my English. Yeah, that's fine, man. Don't worry about it. I'm going to create an ammo system. I got a modular pickup item. Player interacts with it, sends a message with blueprint interface inventory, and sends it to the gun. Player interacts with it, sends a message with blueprint interface to the inventory, and then sends it to the gun. Well, your inventory, where are you calling the inventory? Are we on track with the internal milestone? Not if I continue trying to be a teacher. Definitely not if I'm trying to be a teacher today. Someone in chat, please help them. It sounds like you just need to get a reference to the inventory. Trying to create an ammo system, get a modular pickup item. If the player interacts with it, sends a message with the blueprint interface to the inventory, and it sends it to the gun. So you have an ammo, and you add to the inventory. In theory, your inventory should be spawned at that point in time. It should either be a component or something else of the sort. The gun blueprint, because when the game begins, the player doesn't have the gun. What I would do is I would send it to your inventory, and your gun should listen to the inventory to see if it has any ammo. That's probably what I would do. But it depends on how realistic you're doing it. Are you doing a system where the inventory is separate from the gun and you want to have a different ammo count within the magazine? Maybe you have different magazines. Okay, then at that point, what I would do is send the ammo count to the inventory, keep it there, and then when you have a gun, then you load it with bullets from the inventory. So then that way, you're not trying to do things that, I guess, aren't there. If that makes sense. The gun should read from the inventory, kind of be its own little thing or whatever. And then have the whole... it depends on how realistic you want to get, right? In terms of like magazine system. It's like, okay, you unload the magazine, gives you a different magazine that has a different ammo. That gets more complicated. Convert world location to screen location. So it would appear this doesn't work properly. It would appear after some consideration, this is not doing what I want it to do. It's like, look, it's moving away. Why? Like scared of it. Now it's working. What? I can't tell why it's doing this. What are you doing? It looks so weird. Maybe instead of current being the current like this, maybe current should just be the current mouse position. This might cause problems though, because then we're kind of overriding the mouse altogether. Which is not very good. Basically means that we can't like look anymore. Which, of course, who would have guessed? It's working now. Who would have guessed? It works now. Hey, hey, guys, it works now. Hey, who'd have thought? Hey, hey. I think what the problem is this. We're converting the world location twice. No, that doesn't make any sense. Our target is our target. What if we change the interpolation speed? Maybe this is the problem. It's still doing weird things. What? Why? I'm trying to give the data for the gun when the ammo from the inventory changes. I would say only change the ammo if there's the gun to change the ammo for. So do like an is valid and stuff. And then once you pick up the gun or the gun becomes valid, then do that whole process of checking ammo and all that kind of stuff. Man, getting the mouse position worked, but did not do what I wanted it to do. I also think part of it is we're overriding this, which is like smoothing the right thumbstick. That's kind of problematic. What I could do as a precaution is this. Yeah, we're getting pretty chaotic here. Guys, this is getting really claustrophobic. Can we just move this a little bit? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Fantastic. Love to see it. Last years I've learned C++ and Python, but struggle to build projects or games. Even after Unreal Engine courses, I feel stuck. At 17, I'm unsure how to move forward. At 17, got all the time in the world. Here's what I would do. Follow my curriculum that is not released yet. it's not released yet. What I would do is the first thing that I go through with people, or what I would usually recommend, is just start a project. Doesn't even have to be anything specific, and then just add some marketplace assets from Fab. And the one I would recommend is this one, Assetville Town, because it is fully free and you get a bunch of stuff with it. What I would first say is just get in there and just place things around. Almost play with it like Lego. Start with like a third-person template so you can like walk around the scene and stuff like that, and just learn how to place things and navigate the content browser. Like that's what I would say is like the first thing. I would link this, my like thing that I'm working on, but it's nowhere near done. So I don't want to like, yeah, but that's like what I would recommend as the first thing is just dragging things around and just not being bogged down by, well, I got to make blueprints and this. I would say just do that first and just like try to build things with some asset. Not necessarily building a game, just like building a fun little scene that you can run around in and whatnot. And then you kind of slowly learn some stuff from there. And then I would say the best first thing to learn is an interaction system, because from interaction, you can then expand so much outward and do a bunch of stuff. Is he selling us a course? No, I'm not making any paid courses. That's going to be free whenever I'm done. Good sound. Hustlers Academy. Yep. Making a Hustlers Academy. Okay, let me see if I fixed it. I just realized something. Am I using a vinterp 2 or a vinterp 2 constant? What? Well, that would make sense. Whoopsies. I'm drop shipping UE5 games. Yep, that's what we're doing. What the? Oh, it's overwriting it because there's no input. All right, I'm about to do something crazy. I'm copy pasting all of this. This is about to get real dirty. This is about to get it's about to get real messy. About to get real messy. Q1 isn't over yet. I'm pretty sure we're literally in Q2 right now. Like right now, this minute, we are in Q2. Right this second. So we're checking if we are over the amount. Convert world location to screen location plus. Let's see if this is already an improvement. For some reason, when we're aim assisting, the crosshair goes all the way down. What are you doing? Why are you going down to 0, 0, 0? Why are you going down to 0, 0, 0? Do I need to add the right thumbstick axis in here? No, I think I do, because that's literally all of our controls. Here we have a dead zone check, which is probably not intense enough. Which is probably why our thumbstick dies down so quickly. I think, is that Spanish? ¿Cuál la plataforma está pagando? I don't know what that means. Guys, I don't know. Any is that Spanish? Portuguese? Anybody know? That's Portuguese? Oh, okay, sorry. Which platform are you playing on? Oh, you know. Steam? Unreal Engine? I don't know how to answer that. What would be the translation for platform? Platform can mean anything. It could be, what software are you using? I don't know. I sometimes feel too old to learn game dev. Listen, man. You're never too old for anything. Which platform is paying you? The government. I don't know. Oh, which platform is paying you? The government. My government or your government? I don't know. We can figure that out. If I change the interp speed of this. What did someone say? I don't feel like it should manipulate the mouse location, rather change the aim location of the character. Well, it changes the aim location, but I kind of want to make it so we have a bit of an assist. I thought this was going to be a lot easier, but thumbstick is a bit of a weird... The thumbstick does some weird things. Thumbstick likes to do some weird things. It's bringing it back down to 0, 0, which I understand why it's doing that. And it's adding the player character location. I understand why it's going into 000. It's because of that node. Because we no longer have any input. However, I would like whatever the last input was. That would be nice. It would be nice if we had whatever the last input was. Then we keep track of that. Additionally, instead of 0, we keep track of the mouse position. Huh? Our mouse position is going off screen again. You've been on for too long. Rest your brain. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my mom. I think. Do my parents watch my stream? They do. Sometimes. So this seems like an improvement. This seems like an improvement. Do they have a sub? They do not. They are not subbed. I don't think so. It's quite disappointing, really. Let me read the raw input of what this is trying to do when we have aim assist. What? Why is it trying to? Oh, you know what? I think. You know what? I think I know. I know what the problem is, guys. We put this in here, and then we put this in here instead, and then oh shit! I got my shit all twisted up. Put this here. Take this off. Put this here. No. Yes. Yep. Hook that up in there. Put that in there. No, wait, hold on. Put this in here. Then put this in here. And then put this in here.
Shit my pants,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. No. JNX, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate it. In Brazil, this phrase is famous. Which platform is paying you? Is that? pretty funny. I think I need to raise the interp speed of this. It's not doing anything. You to say thank you in Portuguese. Obrigado. Does that mean something different? Or maybe it is. Why is it when our character moves, do you guys see how it like has a delay? It has like a delay. What's going on? Guys, I'm going to be honest. The aiming feels kind of bad. I was hoping for a better result. However, it is shit. It feels like shit. Maybe we try V-interp too. I don't know if constant's the way to go. Although constant, it does sound more like the way to go, but... Oh, shit. Yes. Oh, the interp speed here, we probably want to raise that back up. What was it originally? 5? Okay. Fix it? What do you mean, fix it? Yeah, woo! It's kind of working. Sort of. All right. You guys see how it like kind of assists? I'm like, hold on, hands off. And it kind of like moves towards them. It gives a little bit more of an assist on the aim assist. Now you must. All right, hold on. 5. Let's put a value of 5 in there. Put a value of 5. Let's see how that looks. That works pretty well, and we can unsnap it whenever we want to. So if we let go of the thumbstick, it's gonna like put the controller. So you don't need to have your hands on the thumbstick at all times, which I think is a good change. What? I think that was one of the things people did not like about controllers, that they had to be like hands-on at all times. Uh-oh. The aim assist is being really strong again when you have a grappled enemy. Also, what is this guy doing? I think I know what the thing is. It's when he gets attacked. Hold on. I need stamina. Hold on. Give me stamina. Hold on. If he gets hit. Oh, I know what the bug is. Guys, I found it out. I figured it out. Whoa! Big enemy. Example, Merc. Stops acting, while enemies grappled in body shield and gets hit. Enemy, example, Merc, stops being in body shield mode, causing them to fire their gun or shove the player. I figured it out. I figured out the bug. I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. Now, let's get back to work. What we were focusing on. The thumbstick. See, look at that. We're like focused. I'm not even using my thumbstick. You know what I mean? So that gives a little bit of an assist. We can remove ourselves from the assist whenever we want to. So there's still a little bit of that sensitivity there, which is good. And it still tries to pull your cursor towards them, I think, a little bit. Which I think is good. Yeah. So it's fully locked on now? Well, it's like locked on, but it's also like actually physically moving your cursor, which I think is a good change. Jeez. What's the tune? Here's the tune, brother. It's called Good Riddance. As in, good riddance, this stream is over. See you guys tomorrow, I guess. We got a lot of work to still do. Our intended completion date was today. However, you know, even though we didn't get it done today, we got a lot done. So this week we'll be crunching on the game. I gotta finish up sashimi. This is a big problem. There. Let me put improved aim assist on controller for 3PP and top down. Improved aim assist on controller for third person and top down. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by. We still got a load of stuff to do. Still got a load of stuff to do, but a nice amount of stuff done. I got a bunch of bugs I still need to add to this list. But first off, I just want to quickly get through all of the content that we need to work on, so. Hey, peace out, JNX. Have a good one. I only know Spanish. I don't know Portuguese, but I would imagine Buenas noches is somewhat similar in Portuguese, right? Hey, can anybody confirm that? But yeah, I'll see all of you tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by. Have a great weekend, or end to your weekend, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna go get some banana bread. Yeah. All right. Take it easy. This week, we will finish the game 100%. We're going to do big push. Big push. All right. Big push. You're alone on this one? No, I'm not. All right, goodbye. See you later. And by later, I mean tomorrow.